Good morning, guys. Let me get Discord audio set up. NQ lost 20, 21-2. This shit may continue to sell off. Do we have any news on Trump yet? Um, no, not really. It's a pretty clear head and shoulders on NASDAQ. However, going into market open may not break down. Hmm. How's vol looking? I gotta be very careful of reversals here. Looks like that failed a little bit. See if that continues to sell off. Probably get a spike in volatility sub 59.50. $59.50 is probably also a fairly important support. It's still a little early to tell. Like there's still not a ton of positioning. But I would say it looks like there's quite a lot of bot puts at 59.50 right now. Some bot calls, some sold calls puts coming in at 40 and 5,900. Yeah, 58.80 also. Big sold puts to the downside. Bought puts at 50 and 15. A little bit of sold puts at 20 as well. Otherwise, positioning's pretty choppy. There's some bot puts at 65, 60 in the money. IV definitely picks up to the downside of spot. Looks like calls are being sold to the upside around 59.95, 6,000 pretty heavily. But some coming in a little bit lower. Q looks like it's still getting bid up a little bit. Lower high here would be important. Okay. It's a lot of fucking buy pressure though. Thanks, handsome Colby. Profit taking? Could be a bit, yeah. You're gonna mostly try to avoid that. Hmm. Yeah, failing 59.50 would be a big blow here. I think that's going to be pretty important because that opens up a move down to like 59.25 pretty readily, or 5,900 even. So if bulls can't hold this, that's pretty bad. Dude, zero GCs are so expensive. No shit. Yeah, yeah, that's about right. There's a lot of puts at 50, 4,600 of them. 1,000 of those since market open. Hmm. And Q broken up. That's a strong bounce. There's resistance at 60 and 65 to the upside. Mm-mm. So we got a 62 test. Mm. All right. 11 to 55 on the 6,000 Ps. It's a nice morning. Mm. I got rid of a decent chunk of my puts, like my 1 and 3 DTE puts in the pre-market. The straddle call side is just dead. I'd like us to try to push 6,000, and then I might try to close them. Should be a little bit better, but not much, and they're probably going to burn up. What I did manage to snag last night was some VX longs at open, which was fucking sick. I was thinking the sold calls around 6K you mentioned sound like a nice target if the meeting goes bullish. Yeah, I don't know how we're going to get news of the meeting, though. Like, I don't know through what channel it's coming. I don't know if he's doing like a presser or they're just gonna make an announcement. Yeah, he's gonna tweet about it. I have no fucking clue. There's a meeting this morning. All the sources I could find said this morning at some point. I don't know when. I know Trump was up pretty late last night. TQQQ is going wild. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I've got some longer dated stuff on it that I might hang on to. Mm, but all of it would have been a lot more attractive around 75 rather than 78. That's actually the most disappointing thing about the overnight move is that the S&P move actually held pretty well, but the NQ move trimmed by about half. I still got like 110% on the fucking weeklies, which was nice. How do I get subscriber Discord? You just subscribe here on YouTube to Dillionaire, and then you link your YouTube account to the Discord. He already met with him once. He's meeting again at 3 p.m. Eastern, so no announcements out of the first meeting. It's hard to tell if Trump's gonna like double down or back off completely. How's it a trap? Once you're in, you can't leave. That's not true. Anyone's free to leave at any given time, but you might miss the next Fubo. Straddle for meeting? Expensive. Exactly why you can't. I tried to leave once. I shot blood the next day. Don't make that mistake. I have so many questions about your life. Oh, don't talk to AJ. He's just nosy. Literally blood out, blood in, blood out. That makes sense. Losing 50 is bad, yeah. So we can drop here. More like 48, but opens up a move down to like 20. There's not a lot of support between 50 and 59.20. That's quite a lot of bot puts going in the money. There's a bit of sold puts at 40 that are kind of coming in right now. But then bot puts at 30.25. So 40 may not end up being all that supportive. There's also some sold calls at 40. Mm. That's where support was earlier this morning for NQ. Right around the 21.2 mark. So probably failure of 21.2 would be pretty bearish. Maybe back down to view up. Seem to be a lot of buyers though. I think it's going to fail easily. Yeah. What will we need for VIX to move significantly? Yeah, if we keep going down, VIX is going to go up pretty steadily. Under like 59.20, it starts to go up really fast. If we hit 5,900, we'll probably be back at like VIX 20. sub 5,900, VIX like 21 or 22. You buying a call spread as a hedge soon? Yeah, 59, 70, 60, 25. We're probably gonna hold it till we know the outcome of the meetings. I already closed most of my shorter dated puts and shit. I closed a lot of them in the pre-market. I need to find another broker that has Globex trading besides IBKR. There's gotta be one. Walmart is up? How can tariffs be a positive for Walmart? Do they have earnings? No. Not only is Walmart up, Walmart's fucking cock rocketing right now. Yeah, Costco's up a bit too. Might just be like flight to safety. Ooh, pushing through 40. That's the downside sold put support. Making a new low for the day here. Okay, close. Couple pennies off. Very little support now to the downside. Maybe like 59.20. Looks like somebody's buying some in the money calls. 59.20, 59.15. So yeah, so they might try to, since they weren't able to stabilize 50, they might try to stabilize 25. Vol's starting to pick up here too. Where's our flip points? Our flip points are way the fuck out of the money to the upside. I think Gamma's at 59.73. Delta's at 59.87. 42. Could push for 45. Looks like that got stuffed a little bit. Hard rejection. Yeah. Let's see how this is starting to develop. Getting a metric fuck ton of short puts at 5,900 still. Decent number of short puts came in at 59.20 there. Give me 1 second. I think someone just knocked. Oop, that failed. Ouch. Big oof. Hmm. ISM moved up to 50.9 from 49.3 at the last report. New orders are up to 55.1. And prices paid 54.9 over the prior 52.5. So a bit of producer side inflation there. Hmm. Hmm. See if they try to catch the knife here. Doesn't look like a very strong place to attempt it from, but they might. One sec. Hmm. If Bulls can get this like back over 37, maybe they do something. Otherwise, it looks pretty shitty. Still room to move down to 20. And then 20 is not all that supportive, so lost there. I mean, there's bot puts at 15, 10, and 5. So a breakdown at 20 could mean breakdown below 5,900 or to 5,900. Would you order? I just got some like eggs and toast and sausage from the diner across the street. Eggs, you fancy boy. I think the diner's eating the loss on the eggs because they're charging the same amount. Hmm. Not any outcome is good for Hal, but a lot of outcomes are. Did US egg prices go up? I don't know what they cost. Maybe? It was like a bird flu. So they've been culling chickens, but I don't actually know what eggs cost. I just auto pay for whatever they cost at Whole Foods, and they deliver them every week. But I don't know what they actually cost. Sometimes I buy them at Costco, but they're usually sold out. I just want Tesla to get slapped with some Tesla specific sanctions. It's not the best knife to catch because there's a shitload of bot puts at 59.50, and they're very unlikely to shake a significant number of them out. Forty is a little bit of resistance for the bulls. Ouch. A lot of resistance, apparently. 35 isn't very supportive here either. But inverse head and shoulders off the bottom, so watch out for that. Never mind, that failed. Hmm. I don't think we're going to see the 10-year plummet, but we we might see it trade kind of flat as inflation expectations are priced up and people flee to it for safety. Getting some more sold puts at 59.20. A bit at 40 and 45 too. Mm.
Hey. Hey.
Mm.
Hey. Hey.
Bulls fucked up that support pretty bad.
Hey. Hey.
Hmm. Still a lot of sold puts at 20.
Hey.
I don't want BTC ETFs. I know they do. Thank you, though. How long will the call last with Canada and Mexico? Someone earlier was saying like 3 p.m. or some shit.
Hey.
I'm not sure we're going to get support at 60, 59.20 or another. Should be maybe a little. There should be some support on like NQ 21.1, which is roughly where the test of 59.20 would be. I have a feeling we could just blow up all these short puts. There's bot puts on either side of it. Um, 25, 30, 35, and then also 15, 10, and 59.05. Okay.
Hey.
News? That's news. What the fuck news is it, though? Damn. I love volatility. We're gonna push up to 59.75 here. 70.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
Ooh, anything.
Hey.
There's resistance at 80.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
That was fucking crazy.
Hey.
How are your colleagues now? Oh shit. Maybe I'll just put a trail stop, see if we can push higher.
Hey. 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 Hey.
Yeah. There's not a lot of support here, though. Should this fail?
Hey. Hey. Hey.
Hmm.
Hey. 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 Hey.
Hmm. Failure 80 is kind of bearish. If 80 fails. Getting some sold puts at the money up here pretty rapidly. Hmm. We get profit taking here. 6104 is a pretty important level of the upside on VS. Above 90 would add an additional layer of support to the breakout. And then the failure point here is still 80. It looks like they're still shorting vol pretty aggressively, though. Tariffs delayed for a month with Mexico.
Hey. Hey.
What's fun is that news didn't hit until, what, like 10:22? When did the pump start? Yeah, yeah, okay. I don't know. I don't need to. Mexico to strengthen northern border with National Guard. Good call with Trump led to some accords. I've been out a while chasing drones, among other things, and I know you said no politics, but man, this has been a fun 2 weeks. I came back at the right time. Yeah. When politics move the markets, things get weird. Wait one sec.
Hey. Hey.
Or 80 is still pretty important here. There's not a ton of upside delta from this morning, which still makes the push up difficult and likely to fail. Not fail back to our lows, but like it's probably going to need to pull back as things reposition. I wonder if that's enough.
Hey.
Yeah. 6,000. Fuck it. I guess that's all we needed. Hmm. Can we hold 6,000? Trump confirms delay of tariffs against Mexico. Sent Trump. Scheinbaum said I sent Trump Mexico's anti-fentanyl public health campaign. Trump says we'll have negotiations headed by Rubio, Basant, Lutnick, as well as Mexican officials. I look forward to participating in those negotiations with President Scheinbaum as we attempt to achieve a deal between our two countries. Negotiations with Mexico will occur during the month pause. But no news about his talks with Canada. Ontario's premier said curbing energy to the U.S. is still a tool in our toolbox. Oof. So I think we're positive delta and gamma here. Yeah. Yeah, we're back to positive. There's additional room to move out to 60.20 should we push up and create support at 6,000. Dang, that was a news pump. Thank God. I thought it just bounced out of nowhere. Feeling a lot better about my out of the money calls right now. We just need to get back to Friday's close. So like 60. Well, actually, yeah, back to 60.45. Trump isn't going to play nice with Trudeau. We'll see. We pumped $100 because Trump got a "Don't Do Drugs" pamphlet. Yes. Yeah, Mexico's retaliatory tariffs are delayed a month as well. I really hope someone tells him to go fuck himself. This behavior should not be acceptable on any level. Well, of the countries likely to tell Trump to go fuck himself, Mexico and Canada are not the most likely. The U.S. has an extraordinary amount of sway on their economies. Sought to serve as acting director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Two minutes ago. The fucked up thing is news from Canada could still rug pull this shit all the way back down. And we don't have news from Canada yet. Dollar reacted a little bit. Yields don't seem to be moving too much though. Mm,
Hey.
let's see. Some bot puts, 59.95, 6,000. Sold puts coming in at 605. There's a bit of resistance at 605, but a breakout there, we can get to like 60.25. Or possibly positive news from Canada. Support to the downside at 90 and 80, which will probably gonna lever up here. Yeah, I know. Trump and Trudeau spoke this morning and are going to again this afternoon. 3 p.m., I believe. You look good. How's your sleep been? Not bad. Kind of moved my schedule around a bit, which has helped. The pool finished. The house is gone. Sold it. Thank you, Baradactyl. QQQ calls safe 1 week. We don't know what Canada's gonna do yet. I'd like to say sure, but we're still well below like GN, DN here on the weekly. We still got about $50, $40, $50 range to the upside before we break out to a more bullish environment. And the decision from Canada later today, however that shakes out, could send us spiraling right back down again. The supposed goal of the tariffs is to protect U.S. jobs from offshoring, although I don't think he's going about that in an effective manner. Or that's not the goal of the tariffs, which is a distinct possibility. Old schedule is really convenient for us GMT folks, but I always felt guilty knowing you were staying up till 3 a.m. to write them up. I was up till 3 a.m. anyway. Still frequently am. How's LMT looking? I don't know. I'm watching it today. It doesn't seem to be doing much. Bounce back from this morning's drop a little bit, like $5. Kind of leveling off. Not above 472. Let's see if bulls can push through this resistance. Squeeze some sold calls off if they get us above like 610, 6010. I would assume that the goal would be mean reversion, which should be back to gamma neutral, which today is at 60.54. This is kind of the bottom of the market maker's downside expected move from Friday. Where we're trading at right now. Chances we trap around 6,000 after all afternoon. I mean, there's some chance that that happens. We'll see. I mean, bullish positioning starting to pick up here near spot. Futures still has a way to go to mean revert. ES will, yeah, they'll want to close the gap on ES, which is like 60 something. 67.25, which is about 60.40 SPX. Not that they'll get it. It took last week. It took the entire fucking week to close the gap. Germany might agree to a new trade agreement. Maybe. You'd figure that the route for Europe would just be a negotiation of trade agreements because the US doesn't want Europe fighting back against tariffs. Although, who the fuck knows what Trump's gonna do after this weekend? But why what? Well, puts down at 59. 50 aren't moving at all. No, they're not. There's fewer of them, I think. Hmm, about the same. I don't like Trump politically, but he's fun for trading. Today's been awesome. Canada's agreed to join the USA. Trump probably. Trump and his buddies probably going to meetings with market positioning, knowing the outcome. They're just their families, not them. Come on. That would be disingenuous. The US has always acknowledged one China, Bob. It's always been the case. No one cares about the 1940s. You still think this gets a pullback before continuing up? That was possible at 80. I don't know if it's that possible now. They could pull back on negative news from Canada. But that doesn't come, that's not going to come till 3 o'clock. And bulls will try to probably position more advantageously before then. Right now they have support at 90 and 80. Mhm. There's bot puts at 59, 95, 90. They will need to sell more puts up here to leverage up and push through the sold calls. But I would say probably pretty choppy for now. This is just some profit taking. What's the news? Why bounce? Mexican tariffs are delayed a month. This is the shit that makes the dreadful days worth it. Fair enough. Although I really hope I don't just chop here all day. That would be boring as fuck. Second support. Alright, if we lose 80, that's actually bad. 80 is a pretty straight shot back to 50 on the downside. So I'd imagine they'll sell puts here now that we've fallen. Delta turns negative at 69.33. There's some pumpies. Jesus Christ. This is nuts today. Flip a coin, it all depends on how Trump is feeling that day. There's probably a long-term tariff plan his advisors are pushing with the man. How should RC's wife best liquidate her GME shares? Oh, how did the stream end? How did it, like, disconnect? Tariffs can't be long term without Congress passing them, which is unlikely. That's not true. You're wrong. Tariffs can't be long term unless there is a state of emergency, in which case the president can renew them and continue them as long as he sees fit. Executive powers. What's up, Fluffy? Starlink. Gross. Trump's gonna get impeached, bro? Probably. Several times, I'd imagine. See, that's something that not a lot of people are talking about. That should be a significant cause for concern. A foreign national with power over the Treasury's payment system could, even if accidentally, trigger a default in US debt, which is disastrous. The US government fell for an African prince scam. God damn it. Foreign national being Elon, yes. Don't worry, Greg. Reddit's made sure to talk about it every few scrolls. I'm sure they have. Even puts wouldn't print then, right? USD worthless? I mean, they'd print just in a shitty currency. It wouldn't be worthless, but we would definitely get a debt downgrade. It would be extraordinarily impactful. It's really dangerous given that Elon has, or should have, um, zero oversight on the Treasury. That should be under congressional control. But maybe Trump's just letting him have at it so he can put him in jail. As much as I'd love to see that, that's giving Trump way too much credit. Listen, if there's one thing Trump can do, or will attempt to do, it's to destroy anybody who moderately opposes him. And Elon already ruined his big AI announcement, so he can't be too fond of him right now. But he could let him poke around in the treasury, fuck something up, and then charge him with sabotage. Good jealous middle school couple, exactly. Weird fanfic you got going on. Not as weird as yours. They just remodeled Guantanamo. Elon can play Find the Emeralds. Remember, as a foreign national, if Elon's even arrested for committing a crime, he can be deported. He doesn't actually have to be charged with anything. Hello, nurse wife. That's it for you. I hope you guys can turn that into like a whole roleplay scenario. Bricked up now. Isn't Elon a naturalized U.S. citizen? I think so. He's still a foreign national, though. But yeah, I think. I don't know. I remember reading about it at one point. He was here on like a work visa or a student visa, I think, and then as a Canadian citizen through his mother, and then I think he got like a H-1B when he founded Zip2, and then he was probably a resident for 5 years following that, so that would make sense. DMs, lots of DMs. Isn't Trump literally supposed to announce EU tariffs tomorrow, supposedly? That's on Palantir earnings. They should continue to show a moderate amount of profitability. I don't know how that's going to be reflected in their valuation. They're already massively overvalued. But I think margins should stay probably relatively around like 18 to 22%. And EPS should be like 9 to 10 cents. Somewhere in there. 9 to 12. Maybe 9 to 12. What? Yeah, there's still bot puts at 6,000 and 59.95, but we're to the upside of the synthetic short. I will say bulls aren't really doing much up here, which is kind of lame. I have a call. I may not stay in it for very long, but I have one. AMD, Amazon, Lilly for earnings this week. Big ones that matter. Let's see. Google. um, Google's gonna probably matter quite a bit. Qualcomm, Nova Nordisk, Disney, PayPal, Spotify, Pepsi, Amgen, Snap, maybe. Might matter with the uncertainty surrounding who's gonna pick up TikTok. Cloudflare is gonna be pretty important. Probably also Pinterest. And then, yeah, Amazon, Lilly, AMD. Yeah, the tariffs were directly the reason for the bounce. The delay in the Mexican tariffs, at least. Trump speaks with Trudeau at 3. Might not know until after market close. Yeah, that's possible. Vol's been picking up on AQN a bit, which is interesting. Seems to be a lot of interest at like the 250 strike. Probably need to pull that into Gamma Strike, actually. But there was a decent uptick in implied vol. Ooh. MQ losing fucking 21-4. Hmm. It's PAX reacting. Seems pretty good. Fubo's kind of climbing up a bit today. Starting to get some in the money put selling a little bit. Hmm. Mr. Confused, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. They buy out of the money calls before selling in the money puts? Seems simple, but also telegraphing. No, they usually don't buy any calls at all. What percentage of the pickle jar didn't take profit on their puts, would you say? I would say most of them got shaken out at open, given where we opened. There's probably very few that held. I would say that's also broadly true of most market participants today. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's perfect. Wait, is that where GN on the monthly is? GN on the monthly is at like 50 today, isn't it? Hmm. Should be 60.54. Pushing up a little bit above some of the sold calls here. Ow. Why does the market always recover 3% intraday? They recovered because we made a deal with Mexico on tariffs to postpone them for a month. Hmm. Delta neutrals at 60.20. So breakout there would be pretty significant, I think. At least we'd pick up some delta to the upside. How'd you end up making out, Bellotti? Trump considering BOFA tariffs next, huh? You think Trudeau's buying calls before the meeting later? I would. He's allowed to, right? Because he's on his way out anyway. Stopped out 7x? Fuck yeah. Nice, dude. Oh, this is boring as fuck. Do we have any more news today? At 60, 10, and at 6,000. And then there's sold calls. Actually, there's a synthetic short at 59.95 also. And then there's sold calls at 59.95, 6,000, 6,005, and 60.10. So in order to move up here, we'd have to lever up over the synthetic short, and then no one's really doing anything here, which is not helping us move up very much. Like there's really no short puts coming in. There's not a lot of sold calls coming in either, but I'm just kind of stagnating here. Supposed to be to deal with this Trump and dump environment. Straddle strangles overnight. That's been working pretty well over the last couple of weeks. Insanely well. On the right, out of the money contracts on news. Yeah, as long as it lasts. You don't have to buy out of the money, but you can. There's support. Like, there's very little upside interest, but there's decent downside support, both at 90 and at 80. That's really the only way bulls are levering up, though, is if we pull back a little, and then they add a little bit to their short puts. If the talks weren't mentioned before open like it was, do you think we would have opened below 5,900 SPX? The talks were mentioned before close, or overnight rather. Like before this morning. So I think had there been nothing there, we probably would have just kept selling off. But it was pretty much right away. The talks were announced. See, Kanye's girlfriend went to the Grammy with no clothes on. No, good for her. Isn't that her whole deal all the time? Yeah. Cuck yay. Hmm. Hmm. Some bot puts coming in, 59.65. Sold puts coming in at 59.80. Hmm. The video's still getting fucking wrecked. Hmm. Nice. I would feel like Trump and Trudeau will delay, just like Mexico. Yeah, probably. Although Canada's probably less likely to fold to any of his ridiculous demands. Trump's administration is discussing about merging U.S. aid into state administration to significantly reduce the size of the workforce for efficiency purposes. Okay. Think they're the department that handles federal foreign aid. Hmm. Can't we just buy Canada? It's not like it's for sale. Never turned, still a poor, but with cards aplenty. Drop some fun time in the loo for you. Pigeon teeth! What the fuck's up, man? Oh shit. Gross. You got the shape right, but that body looks like 20 years older than mine. V time? I don't know about that. Maybe a small bounce. Resistance to the upside's still shitty, but they're selling some puts here. Looks like they're starting to sell the 59.70, picking up some selling on the 80 and 90, but still nothing in the money. I mean, there's a few puts sold at 6,000, but not very many. Few at 605, maybe a few at like 60-20, but all very small positions. Trump considering hitting EU with 10% tariffs. That's no different than what was announced last night. What's the record you've observed for clean crossing of delta and gamma flip in one day? What do you mean? Like the number of times? That it's what, crossed back and forth? I don't know. There's been some days where you just kind of chop. Some days you chop just outside of them. Usually if you cross it strongly to the up or downside, you generally don't revisit it. Like, the further you get away from it, the more indicative it is of a trend day. Hey, Gherk, I'm having a new baby boy, and I can't think of any good names that start with G and make a J sound. Help? Huh. Jeff? Yeah. Gerald? George? Giorgio? Gianni? Giancarlo? Gio? Hmm. Jade? Nah. Jeff? Giuseppe? Jerry? Gertrude? Gertrude's definitely a G sound. Giacomo? Oh my god, name your kid Giacomo. Just shove him in the locker yourself. Giacomo would be tight. It would be. Name the kiddo Gamma. That's definitely a G sound. Gigantic. Illegal immigration is now Mexico's problem. Not a great outcome. It's the best deal anyone's ever made. All over the world, people talk about how great of a deal it was. Jesus. Nice, Jen. This is bullshit. What are we doing? Are we gonna get any fucking news or what? I'm bored. It's kind of bleeding off a bit. Ukraine is flat. There's still a gap up at 6005. Everyone? Isn't there a gap down between 40 and 50? There's one between 39 and 40 and 47. I'm one at 47. Anything moving at all? No. Bostic speaks in 10 minutes. Seems neutral strat is easiest. There's basically a Fed meeting every 10 minutes. Yeah, that's fair. Bulls need that 60 minute to expiry pricing. Mm-hmm. Starting to get a bit more short vol coming in. It's not a ton, but some of the bot puts are breaking down a little, which might eventually make an upside move easier. Also, a little bit more support now at 70. I know I've been unliking long enough that it kind of feels meaningless. Wait, are you first liking and then unliking, or are you just disliking? Pump is on. There's not a lot of room for the pump to go anywhere. But yes, I suppose it is on. Are you expecting a third orgasm in the market today? That's a lot. Depends on when we get the announcement from Trump's team, right? Hmm. Heard if you like every stream that Gherkin has streamed, then he'll become your friend on Discord. I can't confirm that yet, though. Get cracking. People really think Trump is a genius? Serious question. He ignores all his advisors. I mean, his advisors aren't that great either, but I assume that people who like Trump think he's very intelligent. That's how overconfident imbeciles have gained power for thousands of years. It's like well known and well studied psychological phenomena. Thank you. Trump, I know words, big words, the biggest words you've ever heard, but he never says them. Maybe that's part of the appeal, as he uses just simple words, mostly one syllable. Imagine thinking someone able to make it to be elected president of the United States isn't somewhat intelligent. Imagine thinking they are. That's like a pretty common fallacy where people think that because people have money or power, they are intelligent. I wasn't touting Trump. I said it was the most intelligible thing I've heard him say in 5 years. He must be gassed up on the math. I don't think that's a compliment. Maybe I'm wrong. Rug Polopotamus, I've known you for 3 years. I'm not entirely convinced you are either. 3.5. I mean, he was long MMTLP. I don't think that's true. The most intelligent thing I've heard him say was a response to reporting it. Ask him if he would go to the crash site. And he said, "You want me to go swimming?" Classy. Will soft launch of Gamma Strike only be open to zillionaires or the general public? Zillionaires. Hmm. Any gap downs left in this old girl? There's gaps to the downside. Although I think bulls might just be repositioning up here. We'll have to see what comes out of Bostic's speech, I guess. Is he speaking yet? Oh, he is. Trump announced at 11:48 that he's going to hit EU a 10% tariff on imported goods. Oh no, my cheeses. The current degree of uncertainty has broadened considerably. Tariffs are an aspect of uncertainty. It's challenging to figure out how to incorporate it. I feel like everything's challenging for Bostic. Tying shoes, waking up in the morning. Hmm. Because things are changing so rapidly, the most important thing to do is ask questions of business contacts and look at possible other outcomes. All right, well, Bostic's not going to be the one to say anything negative. That's pretty clear. Why did I buy calls? Bulls? We still haven't tested 80. Hmm. And Q's starting to fall off a little bit. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see. Where does Delta flip negative? 78.86. Hmm. 351.
Hey.
You consider 5,900 to be a really cool number. Unrelated to trading. No. Why? There's still uncertainty about tariffs. Yes, there is. Quite a lot. Hmm. Hmm. YouTube's the only way. Hmm. Welcome to Zillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream if you need some help. Trump having an unscheduled press conference right now. If he comes to an agreement to delay tariffs on Canada, bulls are gonna rocket this shit. That isn't live. Hmm. No, Trudeau's supposed to be stepping down, but I don't think he's been replaced yet. I don't know if I had some support at 85. We kind of are. Delta flip is at 80. Hmm. The call's at 85? No. There's no, there's like, there's some back calls that they're way deep in the money. I think the closest ones to spot are like 59.70 or so. Everything around spot's mostly synthetic shorts. Hmm. Trump signed sovereign wealth fund saying TikTok could go in it. Jesus. Why does he keep doing socialist shit? He doesn't know what he's doing. No, I don't think our slight uptick was driven by any news. Just Trump to have an unscheduled press conference per the Independent. Okay. And there could be a pump on Nvidia into earnings simply on the back of implied vol going up. Doesn't look like White House has anything live going right now. Mm. Trump, we're not treated well by Canada. We don't need Canadian cars, lumber, or agriculture. We'll be doing something perhaps with TikTok if we can make the right deal. TikTok can go in the sovereign wealth fund. I wouldn't mind making our cars in the United States. We'll speak to China over the next 24 hours. We'll have big negotiations with Mexico, the biggest ones you've ever seen. All the world will be watching, and we'll make a great deal for the US. I didn't say the rest. He didn't say the rest of that. China won't be involved with the Panama Canal for long. I was embellishing. I think bulls are trying to decide if it's bullish that we're meeting with China in 24 hours. Hmm. There's still a decent amount of support at 80. China will be dealt with on the Panama Canal. China, sorry. Mispronounced that. Trump's flat comments on the Ukraine a hint at the future of SPX intraday. It's a good question. I don't think anyone knows what to make of this yet. It's a bit of distribution, but positioning hasn't shifted much. It doesn't seem like bears or bulls are piling in to shift anything here. China tariffs will go up if we can't make a deal. And China tariffs were an opening salvo. We don't have zero leverage on China. We just don't have a lot. They do have a bunch of our treasuries. Senior White House official, Musk does not receive U.S. paycheck, is following the law. U.S.-China envoy, China firmly opposed to unwanted increase in tariffs by the Trump administration. Also, the UN envoy said, in violation of the World Trade Organization rules, China will be filing a complaint. How gloriously bureaucratic. Trump said that U.S. aid is a good concept, but has radical left lunatics. China, I want to speak to your manager. They can't dump them, they're underwater on them. Fed Bostic commented on tariffs. We're going to have to just watch. Thanks, man. God, I hate that guy. He has the coldest hot takes of anybody in the Fed. Where are you reading all this? It's a news service. And China's UN envoy says there's no winner in a trade war. You can read? Color me peanut butter and jealous? I can, yeah. I learned at like 4. Trump, I like the idea of reciprocal tariffs on more countries. Is this guy just trying to crash the market? Would you shut up? Can someone get him off stage? This back and forth is hysterical. China's UN envoy also said the US should look at its own problem with fentanyl rather than shifting the blame onto others. Bostic says businesses asked about tariffs and expect to pass the costs through. Of course they do. See, it's just like nothing he says is like a revelation. Duh, I know. You guys ever accidentally order a vodka fentanyl at the bar? That shit's killer. It's like talking to Don Duck. Oh my god, is Don Duck Bostic? 30 point wide, 60 minutes at expiry strangle. Okay, if that makes you happy. We may not get the news from Trump's discussions with Trudeau by the time market closes. So we could just sit here all day and then you'll get blown out. Trickle down economics. Yeah, trickling the costs down. Businesses see tariffs at 25% and think, I'm about to raise my prices 20%. No. Businesses see tariffs at 25% and think, I'm about to raise my prices 50%. Group, I have a $50 wide strangle, 1 DTE, either it pronts or it doesn't pront. Alright, that's fair. Oh, Bostic's got another hot take. Firms say they will pass on tariffs 100% to customers. Ooh, Trump's saying more stuff. Or we're telling you what the he's fucking all over the place in this speech. We're telling Ukraine they have valuable rare earths, and we want a guarantee. How many 5800p expiring tomorrow are you buying? Need more time than tomorrow. He's not imposing EU or China tariffs for like 48 more, like over the next 48 hours. The market is so confused. It really is. Bostic says it's not clear what Trump's actions add up to for the U.S. economy. All right, I have a feeling that Bostic's just leading the way on what Fed speakers are going to say all week, which is fucking nothing. Trump reiterates that he's seeking guarantees on rare earths in any deal with Ukraine. I want Ukraine to give us rare earths. I'm not even paraphrasing. Ukraine has flat earth. The bullets just go. Does he even know what that means? I don't think so. What's that stupid fucking thing Elon said when he took over Twitter? When he was trying to get his cronies to quote him? It was like, incompetence. Incompetence approaching the limit is indistinguishable from sabotage. But he said it wrong. It was like, he said something else. Digging for gold filings of fallen Russians is not Ukrainian rare earth. Jesus Christ. Starting to shake off some of the bot puts, some more of them. And we're getting a few puts sold at 605. Also, some bot calls coming in at 60.15. Sold puts at 60.20. Look about the same. I think they're about 20 contracts higher. Arcat's got some weird candles. Anyone knows what the news is? Maybe the news I'm currently reading? China's UN envoy. On the whole, we believe the US and China have so much in common and can work together at the UN on many things. Well, that's nice. After they file their complaint, I'm sure everything will be peachy. Just jumped in here because apparently Mexico kind of good, Canada bad. Ukraine deal is based on rare earth. Yeah, well, the rare earths are non-negotiable. We're getting a sovereign wealth fund, bull or bear. I'm not gonna lie to you. It seems like no one has any fucking clue. Why is the market seeing this as bullish? Is it? Is it seeing it as bullish? I think Trump's problem is that his frontal cortex fully formed 70 years ago. And it's just been in, retrograde ever since. China's UN envoy also says, I hope that despite rhetoric, US politicians, the US, and China can take constructive, professional approach to UN work because so much is at stake. Look at China caring. China the good? Are we the baddies? Nope, Trump's got more shit to say. We have a call with Panama on Friday. I'm not happy with the Panama situation, but they've agreed to some things. I have no guarantees that a Gaza ceasefire will hold. When is it ever? 39 counterparties take 97.781 billion at the Fed in the reverse repo operation. They think he's so dumb. They're so right. Look at my DM. What do you got? Ooh, nice. I like it. I know I'm Woody to Nuke's Buzz Lightyear, but throw me a bone. Oh, don't be silly. You guys do totally different shit. I feel like Trump has a spinner with random dollar hit to say, random shit to say, and he keeps thumping. Maybe. Have you ever had any stalkers? A few, yeah. $511 stalkers watching right now. Has everyone shut the fuck up yet so we can continue to chop? Very disconcerting. Keep running into resistance at 6K. Seem to be having a little bit of a tough time breaking up. Although ES looks kind of good. Like bullish consolidation into like a little bounce there. Hmm. Net exposure on the chain goes positive above 6,000, but there's still no bullish positioning to the upside, which kind of fucking sucks. It's gonna be just hard to get over all of these like synthetic shorts, like 59.95, 6,000, and 60.10 are all synth short, net synthetic short. I'm not getting a lot more sold calls though, so the bulls are kind of skittish here too. We did get a little bit of a bump in the 59.80 puts. The sold puts at 59.80. Maybe if we can push above 6,000 again, they'll sell some at the money puts. Go check chart and non-prod. It has your lines. Snort them up. Oh fuck. Should I tell everyone? Oh, fuck. Nice. It looks beautiful. I'm constantly competing for dad's love. It's ridiculous. Just new cool features, doing stuff. You guys will see it eventually. See, you, Dork, you have the distinct advantage of like being like, look at the thing I did, and I'm like, oh, cool. And Nuke, every time he's like, look at the thing I did, I'm like, oh, but like, what about this? I'm like, that's cool, but what about this thing? Facts. You do that 6 months after it's live and implemented everywhere. It wasn't 6 months. I was bitching at you the entire time. Oh man, we should have a throwback so people can see how shitty it looked at first. Oh my god. No, I don't think we should show people that. I forgot my Gamma Strike password again. Sucks to be you. Bruce timed out by Torque for 60 seconds. That's customer service. We're so close to something potentially cool happening if someone would grow some balls and enter a position or two. You got any more news? Oh. Citing concerns about Huawei, TikTok, DeepSeek, China's UN envoy says, how many more do you want to ban? Trump trade advisor Navarro says Trudeau needs to recognize it's a drug war, not a trade war. China's UN envoy says we need cooperation on AI, particularly between China and the US. Fragmentation will only enhance risk and reduce benefits. There's benefits to AI? I wonder if people are gonna be like, "Oh, AI is bad now because China likes it." Just show the video I sent you. Oh God. Is it okay to show? I remember this. Slash barfs. That's where we started. It is. Oh shit, we're going up. Hold on. It's beautiful. Wow, I missed a lot in the last few months. Yeah. Not much changed. Did you both time him out? The hell with this GS stuff? Just release your Dakimakura pillow and make some real money. I know. Hmm. What time is it? 1:30? Looks like the news has stopped. Does Trudeau know that it's a drug war? It's a merch shop now? No. If you were to charge an hour of your time for your expertise, how much would you charge? Uh, I don't know, however much it is to have the contracts drawn up, and then like 3,500 an hour. Jesus, just be glad I don't offer that. Don't make Greg think of his time as having hourly value. We sit here all day. What's wrong with you? Have you gonna have a Canadian discount for GS? Have you seen our dollar? It's gonna cost me like $1 million a month to sign up. It's not that bad. And you can get a discount if you get a whole year up front. So you got one sentence DM. So it's probably equivalent to like what you've paid into Billionaire so far. I think we're good. Don't worry about it, Wiggly. I'm not gonna slap you with an invoice. How much is your kitty charge per hour for cat stuff? Like $10. A federal minimum wage. Yeah, you could do that. Sounds like a Canadian problem. Gamma Strike is cheap as fuck. It really is. No, it's not live yet. We'll let you know. How much does walk-in owe you? So much. If my dad can make $700 in one play using a screenshot of our data, it's valuable. It's, yes, Nick, it's valuable. Can I be a moderator for the separate GS Discord once it launches to the public? No. Maybe. We'll see. Probably not. Um, no. I mean, it's the price up front's not too bad. We take a loss on the beta subscribers, but we needed people to test shit, so it was worth it. The pricing for GS isn't super well padded though. So if there's a big shift in data costs, hopefully there won't be, but if there is, we'll have to raise them at some point. But hopefully they won't be. I mean, the data costs have been roughly the same for the last few years. There haven't been too many changes. Dibs on not being a moderator there. Hmm. Interesting. We're getting shortfall, but we're not really going up. I'd like us to go up. And mostly stop falling back under 6,000. That shit's fucking annoying. Oh, NQ looks kind of bullish. That's got a much stronger bounce. Yeah, NQ might have to drag us up through this resistance. Hmm. So it failed. Yeah. 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 Break out at 21,481 for NQ. Hmm. You can switch from month to month to a yearly. How many years can we pay up front? One? I'm not going on vacation. Are you kidding me? I'm gonna have to do like 20 times more work after we launch. Was the announced pricing monthly? Yeah. The yearly is gonna be 10 months. 10 months, you get 12, basically. Why are we not bearish anymore? Why am I not bearish? I don't have anything happen today that can be construed as good. No. But slower realization of the effects of tariffs is not bad. It's the monthly fee times 10. How much for Discord friendship with the real Gherk? Is there a manual to use GS or a video? There will be lots and lots of educational material. JFresh is writing like an entire fucking thing on it, so. No, why would I do that? Overnight overnight data is $69.99 a month, and then live data is $129.99. Gamma Strike is a strategic investment. No, we didn't launch GS. Calm down. GS available for those of us who didn't get on the beta? Not yet, but on a Monday or Friday soon, TM. The naming of tiers is going to force me to buy the live data tier. No worries, lol. Thune TM. This price action is fucking insufferable. Gross. Chemistry is a CPE expense, a dues and subscription expense, whatever you want to call it. You guys forget it's a tax write-off. They already have a generational tax write-offs. Something crazy is going to happen. You said the same thing Friday and Thursday, and look at how those days turned out. Fair. I'm surprised you don't have a medium option to psychologically own the poor people into buying live data. We actually are going to have a middle tier. It's just not done yet. And it's not about psychologically owning people. We're actually trying to avoid that. We're ensuring that each tier specifically suits the needs of different kinds of traders. Not everybody trades intraday. Check DM for something that just looks cool, if anything. What do you got? Ooh. These are fancy. Is that Gamma? I like it. Code him into invading Switzerland. Are puts being closed out yet? Some of the like synthetic short, like the put side of the synthetic shorts here is starting to wear down from the price oscillations, but it's not they're not gone. Will GS be able to compete with Boom Hunter Pro? You mean a moving average, like a faster moving average MACD? I think so. I don't think that'll be too hard. What's the medium tier? It's going to be catered towards research and like equity analysis. But we're not done with the tools for it, so Currently, it doesn't exist. Like analysis and swing trading, ideally. Maybe we should price out each function and people can checkbox what they want. Maybe one day, but not now. I need a tier with cool flames on the side, so it makes my port dump faster. When more TQQQ puts? That's a good question. Probably not today. No, not today. Let's see what happens if we fill the upside gap. I still think ES is going to want to push for that, by the way. There's still a fat gap to the upside on ES. Even without significant news, that's probably still a target. That's why I have calls, by the way. No, I like what you're doing. It's honest. I'm trying to keep it that way. It's hard not to fall into the trap of making like a lot of bullshit indicators. Is there a Ko-Fi tier that will allow us to put Dork into a Discord room and the pickle jar play soundboard sounds at him while he's forced to listen? That's just, you could just do that in the fireside chats every week. Just bring your own soundboard, yeah. BYOSB. I think the highest tier will also get the new tools, yes. The highest tier will have everything, most likely. Did Poopy sell you any life insurance last week? No. Will there be an option to upgrade tiers mid-year if it was purchased as an annual? Yeah. Yeah, you'll be able to upgrade. No problem. What's up, Popcorn? Is it safe to upgrade now? I don't know. What did Jensen say? Mm-hmm. 6107 and 6112 are the next like two important tests to the upside. Or 6007 and 6012. Are you 100% into your AQM position? I mean, I have drip on, so no. But I'm not buying any more stock. Who's long Tesla? Trump talking in 8 minutes. Is he talking anywhere where we can hear him? Here, yes. Understand, no. Danimal is long Tesla from 400. I believe that. My price target on AQN's not $5.30. Like buy-in price target? No, I'm not. Okay. Alright, well, there you have it. When said he's speaking in like 8 minutes? Oh, Bostic said, I do not expect clarity on inflation enough by March to move. 3 minutes ago. In order to cut again, we need to see housing inflation begin to slow. There's an outcome where the Fed might look through tariff impact on prices, but only one where it could impact expectations and thus warrant a Fed response. Business still say pricing power is in decline, and I wouldn't be surprised if it flipped fast. Businesses are not confident in their outlook at this point and are wait and see mode. Ecuador to place tariffs on 27% of Mexican imports. Navarro said it's going to take some time to get where we need to go on Canada, and it's yet to be determined what they will discuss with China. Ecuador, notice me, senpai. You make it sound like a threat. Is he speaking in 8 minutes? Like a group of servicemen are scrambling to keep a mic away from him? Trump is live on Fox right now. Oh boy.
brain power, but it is a very small piece of land, no question about it.
Mr. President, you said earlier that Elon Musk is doing everything with your say so. So is there everything that he has done thus far, going to all the agencies, shutting off access, getting access to federal payments, that all has you're okay with all of that?
For the most part, yeah. If we, I mean, if there was something that didn't have my okay, I'd let you know about it really fast.
And you said that there's some areas where you wouldn't let him work because he has conflicts of interest.
If there was a no, I haven't seen that, and he would know not to do it. So we haven't had that yet. But if there was a conflict, we would let them work in that area.
Earlier you said with regard to Panama that they were going to make a deal where the U.S. was going to take it. How long do they have to make that sort of deal, and are you still leaving on the table?
We're going to meet with Panama on Friday at about 3:30 in the afternoon by phone, and maybe there'll be some representatives at, here or there. But we're going to be talking to Panama on Friday, essentially. And they've agreed to certain things, but I'm not happy with it.
On the Middle East, Mr. President, if I may, do you still have doubts that the ceasefire will hold?
On what?
On the Middle East, do you think the ceasefire will hold?
I have no assurances that it'll hold. I mean, I've seen people brutalized. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. No, I have no guarantees that the peace is going to hold. Steve, you might want to say something about that. Steve Whitco.
It's holding so far. So, and we're certainly hopeful, and that's the president's direction. Get the hostages out, save lives, and come to hopefully a peaceful settlement of it all. So far it's holding.
Mr. President, on a different topic, questionnaires have been going out to FBI agents across the country who were involved potentially in the investigation. Do you believe anyone involved at any level should be fired, sir?
Well, I think the FBI was a very corrupt institution, and I'm a victim of it in a true sense. I was able to beat it, but other people have been treated horribly. I think the FBI had a great reputation. I think its reputation was really damaged badly, as is DOJ. Look at what they've done in terms of weaponization. Look at what they've done to a political opponent. Probably got me elected by what they did, or I think I was doing well anyway, but they might have got me elected. But you know what? We have to have pristine, beautiful, perfect law enforcement. And what we want to do, and Cash is the one to do it. He's the one guy that is going to do it. We have to bring the reputation of the FBI. We have to bring the fact of the FBI back to what it could be. Not even to what it was, even better than it ever was. Because who would have thought that the FBI could have been corrupted like they were corrupted? Who would have thought that would have happened? Who would have thought they would have been used to go after, political opponents, essentially, but me being the number one, and so many other things beyond that. And they've been hurt very badly, and we'll see what happens. But Cash is the one to do it, and I hear he's doing very well. Cash will straighten it out. We have great confidence that we can make the FBI great again. Okay, one or two more and we'll be done.
Tulsi Gabbard's nomination is...
Say it?
Tulsi Gabbard?
Yeah, I think Tulsi's going to be doing okay. I'm not sure. I can't guarantee anything, but she's liked by so many people, especially people in the military and law enforcement.
She has a little bit of trouble with some senators over her thoughts on Edward Snowden. I know Snowden, you've mentioned in the past you're thinking about pardoning him. Are you still, and what do you think about that?
No, I don't talk about it right now. I just, people feel very differently. Some people think he should be pardoned, and some people think it would be a terrible thing to do, but I don't get involved in that.
Mr. President, what are you discussing with Mr. Murdoch and Mr. Ellison?
Just respect. I have great respect for Rupert Murdoch. I disagree with him a lot of times with the Wall Street Journal, but that's all right. We've disagreed before, and I'm sure they didn't have any idea what they were talking about, because already you see what's happening. Look at Colombia. Look at what happened with that. Everybody said that with Colombia it was going to be a disaster. In one hour, everything was settled. You know why? Tariffs. Without tariffs, they wouldn't have been the same way. They would not have treated me the way they treated me, which was extremely nicely. And I don't want to use countries. I don't want to use names, but tariffs are very powerful, both economically and in getting everything else you want. Tariffs for us, nobody can compete with us because we're the pot of gold. But if we don't keep winning and keep doing well, we won't be the pot of gold, and then tariffs won't be so good for us. But when you're the pot of gold, the tariffs are very good. They're very powerful, and they're going to make our country very rich again. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
If we can break up above 61.10, I think we can push out to 25. The spike and vol here is not great. Same high as before on ES. Need more short vol of the money. Bull seems still a little unwilling to sell puts, which means they probably want this like higher than 60.10 before they start to. But if we do get up above 60.10, they're probably very likely to sell some nearer the money puts, which could drive a push to fill the gap. ES still has a little positive pressure. What's your favorite feature on GS? Favorite? I don't know if I have a favorite. Like, redesigned all of them very specifically to have specific functions. I don't think there's one particular one that's my favorite. I like the live data a lot. But I use all of them, like, every day. The line about tariffs are going to make us very rich. Kind of regarded. Also not hot for the market. I mean, he's said it like 5,000 times at this point. I don't think it's like the effect on the market's going to be that relevant. He's just saying we're going to bully everybody into more beneficial trade agreements. Or, well, he's going to try. You're suggesting ES could fill the gap before market close today? It's not impossible. Still tough, but not impossible, especially as options start to get cheaper. They're already kind of leveraging up here and getting support at 605. So, yeah, they could. Some of it's probably going to depend on some dispersion trading coming in. But NQ picked up a higher high here. A break up towards 21.5 would probably be pretty bullish for them. Core 1 month isn't getting stuffed that hard. No, but it is getting consistently stuffed. Leverage in the carry is really weird too. Also, forward yield on vol is still positive, so tough to push dispersion very much. If the forward yield on vol fell negative again, it's positive like 2.74% right now. We might start to see dispersion come in a lot more heavy-handedly. Decent enough entry here for longer dated puts. If you think over time the market's gonna move further down from here, then it's not the worst. I mean, VIX 3-month is still awfully high. It's at like 19 right now. If I were buying longer dated puts here, I might be looking more for like gamma or delta exposure and less at like vol exposure.
Timtimeri put their pickle in my
Green
jar,
eggs are
not here, not
probably
there, not
Biden
anywhere.
because Obama for
Green
sure.
eggs are
Hunter's
because Biden,
peanish. The
probably
green is
Obama,
not
for
the
sure
best green
Hunter's
eggs.
peanish.
What?
The green is not the best green eggs, they cost more because they are real bad eggs. Going to deport
Thanks,
them in
Tim.
a box with the fox. Bring back the best eggs, the white eggs 3.
No, he's supposed to be a candidate 3. If Canada pushes tariffs a month and sends some troops to the border, you think this runs to all-time highs? Not like all-time highs, but it could bounce back over Friday's drop. Provided that happens during market hours, which it may not. Do you think those calls will print? Yeah. That's what I bought them for. Obviously, the grind's not ideal, but I do think if bulls can get a leg up on 60-10, they can probably push this out to 2025. Pushes us past all of the, like, well, actually, like 60-12, technically, but it pushes us past the synthetic shorts, and those then become supportive, which might encourage some of the long puts that are on those strikes to fall off. There you go. There's the breakout at 60-12. They lost it a little. What's more important about this level, besides turning the synthetic shorts into support, is that then they are likely to sell puts at the strikes where the synthetic shorts are, which will add to the push to the upside. So we can see vol come down more. at like 15, 20, 25. I regret selling my longaroos. Oh no. I regret sitting in these all fucking day. You bought calls you think will print? What kind of 4D chess is that? You got me. I don't think you'll regret holding them in the end. I could have done other stuff. But I also had to pay the tax, man. Yeah, that's fair. Is the upcoming release of Gamma Strike limited to pigeon whales? No, it's for dillionaires. The soft launch is going to be for dillionaires. I think I've now crossed over into hating the new CEO. He keeps asking me to do things. The gall. Does he not know who you are? Did you tell him? There's a gap, which I'm not particularly fond of. But we pick up some positive gamma to the upside from spot here. Vol should continue to fall off, which could squeeze out some of these short calls. I still think it only gives us range up to about 60.25. But it does give us some range. Getting above 60.25 is going to be hard. There's short puts at 60.20. I'm not sure we'd close at 25 anyway. So maybe you'll be okay, Dave.
Hey.
Hmm. Hmm.
Hey.
Yeah. Costco is having a good day. This could still break up. I just got stopped out at resistance. It can't break up I don't think it can break up a lot higher though. Like there's a chance to push 25 here, but getting above 25 is going to be tough. Like if you look at like delta to the upside here, that's kind of thin. There's a little bit, but then it falls off really hard above 25. And gamma kind of peaks at 25 too. I think there's a very good chance we could close at like 15 or 6005. Hmm. Mm. Both Root and Carvana are green today. Will Root catch Carvana's price at 250? I don't think so. Not with the current interest on the chain. Unless the 3 p.m. call happens quick and good news immediately comes out, then sky high. Yeah, sure. That's fair. Only in America do we dump on bad news and then pump even higher on that news being slightly deferred. Well, a lot of people got rugged overnight. They want their money back. Trudeau comes out at 3 p.m. and announced Canada will be the 51st state. Oh boy. Are you straddling 3 p.m.? I don't know. Maybe. What's the update on tariffs? Still planning them for EU and China. Delayed the ones for Mexico by a month. Meeting with Panama later this week. Hmm. Interesting. Getting close to filling that gap back at 60-14. Hmm. Hmm.
Hey.
Hmm. 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 Puts at 60-20 are increasing substantially. Let me look out into the end of this week. Yeah, still quite a bit of resistance here. There's some long positioning at 60-15, but that's kind of all that's propping this up. Some sold puts at 6,000, but everything else is pretty much sold calls into the end of the week. Those are supportive-ish. 60-21 looks like kind of a, or 60-25 looks kind of like a brick wall here. Yeah, we're probably not going to lose 6,000 today. I mean, we don't know. The tariff news could definitely fucking wreck us, but provided nothing comes of that, I highly doubt we lose 6,000. MQ's filled its overnight gap. No, it hasn't. Nope. Still short. Delta. Delta's not necessarily supportive. The lack of delta above 25 means it'll be hard to move up. But that can change really quickly. Yeah, I mean the news can fuck everything. When you retire, are you quote, are you just gonna collar your investments or do something more proactive? If I have enough money to retire, I'd probably get into investing in bigger things. Not necessarily activist investing, but just sluice is out now. I can't imagine that's great. I don't know who, when, where, why, or how, but something somewhere is about to happen, and it's either going to be good, bad, or neutral. Awesome. So, straddle? The last company I bought a bunch into was BNAD. I had a pretty big position on that. I read a bit ago that Doug Ford ripped up the $100 million Starlink contract at a presser or something. Okay. I know he said they were gonna try to get rid of the Starlink contracts. More like box spreads. Maybe market making. Yeah, I'm out of BNAD. You were the biggest shareholder? No, I don't think so. Not even close. But I did buy a lot. Mostly just to piss off Doric. That was fun when it squeezed, but man, was the pickle jar wild chasing it after running. Were they? I think a lot of people I don't think a lot of people chased it super hard. Because everyone knew that the reverse like merger thing was gonna happen. Dork didn't discover being ad. Don't don't do that to him. I actually discovered BNet using my own proprietary formula of what would Ryan Cohen buy if he were intelligent. But you are, yeah, you are a BNet OG. BNet ever went back to 4? I had so many rights, Gherkin. Yeah, you were in BNet pretty early too, Sisyphus. Once me and Dork told people about it. Which was actually way, way after we bought in. What's up, Nuke? Why hymns have huge boner? Because they sell erection pills. I feel like Trump behind closed doors with Trudeau will actually be beneficial. Trump will basically say, just give me a bit so it appears I've won, but not so much where it looks like you lose. That's awkward. Uh, left another gap at 15. The bull trap. Might be a bull trap. Uh, I would really like to buy this option for less money. It's actually a gap theorist trap. Can we short right back down tomorrow? Yeah. Who bought these 60/40 Cs in my account? Someone with big hopes. I feel like I shouldn't ever be without a straddle for the next 4 years. Yeah, I don't know. There's periods. There's definitely you need to pay attention to the news cycle when Trump's in office a lot. But there's definitely periods where policy goes relatively unchanged for extended periods of time, or extended periods where policy goes unchanged, which you don't get a lot of shit. But like when he starts harping on something that sounds really bad, it's a good idea to have like a lot of out of the money puts, even if they're far out of the money. Fucking 50, $60 a day can save your ass more than once. This is basically delta neutral on the weekly chain. Hmm. Yeah. Downside support is 6005 if we fail. There's not really any support at 6015 to speak of. Well, at least not much. A little bit, I guess. There's bot puts at 6010 now. Quite a few of them coming in. Last Friday, cheap insurance went a long way. Yep. The top crease inside my ear always gets some kind of scab. Gross. Like scratching it? This fix does not look good on anything past the 1 hour. Ugh. No, it doesn't. I think I'm kind of glad I got rid of those calls when I did. on the first test at 20. I don't think they would have gained substantially more value over this last hour. This is what I described earlier this morning when I said that we were going to run out of gamma to the, or delta to the upside, and it was going to get hard to push up. And if we did, it would be kind of grindy. This is it. Nice, Grudy. Would we go play a short Costco now? Probably not. Told Dork about what? Would selling 20Ps have been better? I think it would have been about the same. If Canada tariffs continue as expected, we'll drop. But we don't know if we're actually going to get news about that today. That could be in the overnight. What makes selling a put more valuable than buying a call? Capital. You get a net credit for selling a put. You get a debit for buying a call. So when you have to manage the position on a sold put, you'll have more capital available and be more liquid than if you'd bought the call. Also, selling benefits from decay, whereas buying is... If you buy, you're on the losing side of the decay. So in price actions like this, and you have like a really slow, grindy move up, it can be a big benefit to have the decay on the contract working in your favor. Hmm. You mean theta? I just want us to pull back and fill the gap and get a fill on my call. Ooh. I have DMs. The fuck is that? Why does that guy have a house on his head? Is he trying to increase his value by becoming real estate? Hmm. That's the house Gherk sold, FYI. We're doing a head and shoulders. This isn't very bullish consolidation. Vol's starting to pick up. So we're getting more out of the money bot pits, so it's kind of shifting the dynamic a little bit. Don't forget Delta and Gamma are still negative here. sells the downtick, which gives us more rapid downside moves. They're harder to support. Canada and Mexico are bigger trading partners. Also, the terms of Canada and Mexico's trade agreements are extremely beneficial to Canada and Mexico. We already have tariffs on China. If you were a Jada's kid, you'd put a house on your head, too. I don't really know much about that whole situation. I know Will Smith slapped Chris Rock. And Jada Pinkett Smith made a really bad documentary about Cleopatra. Loss of 13, 12 after the gap fill. Could see us pull back down to 60.05, I guess. There's still the potential for Canadian news before market close, so be careful. 1 second. Hmm. Ooh, the U.S. readied a $1 billion arms sale to Israel today. Fed bank survey says U.S. banks report net positive demand for C&I loans in quarter four for the first time since 2022. Hmm. God damn it. U.S. CBP issues guidance on additional duties on imports from Canada. Ooh, Treasury expects to borrow $815 billion in the first quarter. Current cash balance for end of March is expected to be at $850 billion. Where'd my market crash go? Mexico boofed it. Time to wait for the next catalyst in 24 hours. My kids are Swifties, just like you. Hmm. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
I'm right here. The Trump call with Trudeau began at 15:04. And they plan to speak with Xi over the next 24 hours. Are you holding that straddle overnight? See what happens with the rest of the day. Probably. Is Fubo really fun right now? I don't know. For me, it hasn't really gone high enough to bother selling covered calls. No, I don't think so. TQQQ, same like poor man's QQQ? No. It's up 5 cents. What more could you want? Pretty good. Hmm. Why did I close those out? Like a really slow failure of the bullish breakout on ES. Does anybody know why BTC is going up so hard? Because it went down really hard? Hmm. Dollar's still up massively against the euro. But 2 years moving up quite a lot. Mm. Yeah, he's moving up a little bit. It is a bit weird to address the president as Mr. President. Trump advisors are weighing plans to dismantle the education department. Woo! Perfect. Sweet. More pickle jar members incoming. I was gonna say that. We need workers. That's because we're deporting them. We're actively deporting workers. Eliminate education to get more poor workers. Seems like a way to get more voters. That should help unemployment numbers, right? Of course. Who's the hardest working Americans? Mexicans. Yeah. That's not even a joke. They go hard as fuck. Are they taking your gerbs, Bob? When was the last time you picked fucking fruit? Didn't they get rid of the education department and idiocracy? You know, the documentary? Yeah. Free night on Grinder. All jokes aside, it's pretty sad how deeply racist this country still is. It's pretty sad how people in this country just don't understand how our economy works at all. And, you know, part of that, well, the lack of education really helps solidify that long-term racism. All jokes aside, people are tribal and racism will always exist. Not if we all just fuck each other a bunch. Melting pot. You'd think we'd done enough of that already.
K-Fresh put their pickle in my jar, Grok.
I'm going to Canada with my people, the Ginger Gang.
One time will you moan commensurate to the 200 blips drop coming in after hours? Plopcorn don't wanna mess with this jelly dork, so Bortilicious 3.
Whoever said that, that's amazing. Lonely Island said it best in their hit Mother Lover featuring Justin Timberlake. Yes. Who's gonna fuck these goddamn bulls? Hey, we got the pullback to 6,000. That was pretty good, right? The word more social exposure as children makes people less racist. I'm glad I grew up where I did. Definitely. Why am I cutting the straddle? It hasn't done anything. Trust me, it was pervasive and hard to escape, even in a very moderate town in the Midwest. Cause it's up $27. Gotta take those profits. Nuke, I didn't buy it for 27 bucks. I bought it to sell it at 0. Most kids never get exposure to a diverse city until they're in college. Most kids never get exposure to a diverse city. Their secret snack list is worth it. Yeah, what the fuck's gonna happen to, like, tacos and shit? Now I'm getting angry. I don't want Bob's fucking tacos. Go fuck yourself, Bob. You mean tacos? Ground beef tacos? I don't want dorks. We're closing below GN again today. Well, we rejected off of Delta Neutral. That's usually not a good sign. We get any fucking news yet? Why the fuck is Australia chiming in? Australia is not immune from escalating global trade tensions, but confident we can navigate the changes. No one... Did anybody ask them? Crunchy shell, ground beef, iceberg, shredded cheese, mild salsa. Take it or leave it. Gross. Trump loves saying shit intraday. The one guy in chat that thinks AUD is important. These tariffs are bad for BTU. I assume they are, since most of their stuff is Australia to China. Maybe. There's kind of two sides to that coin. I talked about it yesterday on the stream. This is where Gamma tips out. Stop set on calls. Gherkin says we probably won't close below 6,000. Buy order set for test of 6,000. Thanks, Pickle Man. You got it, dude. Yeah, there's a carry trade with AUD also. And AUD relative to the yuan is really important, but I invented a new kind of trading, totally original. Buy options right before market close. Way the fuck out of the money to the downside. Set 100% premium gain stop limit. Sleep until noon. Awaken to gains. Backtesting data goes back to this morning. Just don't backtest the last 2 years. Which rare earth minerals can be obtained from Manhattan? Crack rock. So much of it. Sometime in the next 4 years, I want to find out that Trump is smoking crack like that governor from Canada. I kind of love white people tacos. They're just perfectly mid. That's my mayor. It was also Doug Ford, the same guy that just ripped up the Starlink contract. Nice. Do you guys elect a lot of crackheads in Canada? Maybe that's why we don't have fucking healthcare. You might have eaten a salad, but then the hamburger grease catches up to you, Squamsk. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of hope Trump blows up the market again tonight. Negative delta at 59.95. Yeah, honestly, if this keeps bleeding off, we're gonna close lower. Is everyone just selling in anticipation of the news? Or are bulls just trying to sell more puts at 6K? It's like pretty consistent profit taking ever since the test at DM. We're losing like important supports here. Like a lot lower? Is that better? They're supported 80. There's still a bunch of bears. There's like synthetic short at 60.10. Got huge while I was away from the computer. SPX strangles are expensive, yeah. You can get inverse. You can get inverse condors or like inverse butterflies if you want to try to lower the premium a little bit. But the profitability falls off too. Does the slow rise in Delta Gamma flip to spot mean anything? Yeah, and the money positioning's falling off. Pretty much since this morning. It's like from the point where we bounced. Most days the move isn't significant enough to really get anything from it, but today it definitely is. So this is like all the bullish positioning coming in as it sweeps down. And then, we bounce, right? Really super fucking hard. And then this is kind of the long positioning bleeding off. A lot of it bleeding off from like this point forward. So there's a lot of in the money profit taking, probably bought calls and sold puts from this morning. I would say mostly bought calls taking profit. But as that happens, those flip points move closer and closer to spot. Most days, though, you don't have swings that extreme. I don't see any news yet. Do you close your strangle out at different times? Frequently, yeah. Hmm. Okay, there seems to be some confusion among the beta subscribers. Your guys' like tier is everything. You will get all the data, and then any new features we release, you will have first access to them. And we'll be able to test them before they're released publicly. But if you release your tip, do they get first access? No. I'll gladly pay $699 a year for this job. Pontiff gets the tip. I don't think so. Maybe stock tips. Does Pontiff come with a free 1-month trial of Gamma Strike? Sure, why not? Hey, don't go buy a Nvidia at 150. One of my better calls. Well, we lost 6,000. Not really. Need to lose like 90, 98. Otherwise, we'll just snap back to it. Might even need to go a little lower than that. Yeah, probably need to lose like 97 or 98. Because Gamma picks up too much to the upside, so we actually have to like drop off quite a bit before the 6,000 level's completely lost. Like pretty much anything in this range below 6k can just snap right back to 6,000 on probably very little like short put or buying pressure. Unless we get some fucking information from Trump in the next 4 minutes. Maybe people just dump this shit into close. There's some 59.95 sold calls. Like a decent pile of them. Those could go out of the money for a second, maybe. We're ready for the sovereign wealth fund to consist of 25% DJT, 25% Tesla, 25% Trump coin, 25% Melania coin. Yeah. Yeah, I am. Yeah, you could probably. I mean, VIX is 18. You could probably go like, I don't. 30 wide's pretty. You could. 30 wide's a little bit much. Short call's gonna go in the money, or are they gonna snap closed? Oh shit, Bears win. Oh wait, are they gonna close them? Got 2 seconds. Boom. Nice. The Jeopardy song? So we closed pretty close to the bottom of the market maker's expected move, down a few points from there, about 10 points. Um, after bouncing back up from a low of the day at 59.25, which is a little bit higher than the overnight low. Futures looks like they've failed the test of the bull signal, getting a bit of a rejection there. Support probably at the 6004 level into the overnight session, but we're still waiting to hear news on the negotiations between Trudeau and Trump that are currently ongoing. Dollar ripped and then dropped pretty steadily after the pullback of the Mexican tariffs. Honestly, not too much of a shift in yields. I mean, they've oscillated a bit, but about flat to where they were on Friday. Commodities went up, big moves in energy, some interest in precious metals, looks like steel, and some agricultural commodities rising with tariff fears. The pushback in the dispersion trade kind of broke down a bit into the end of the day there, and we may still be seeing people trying to get out of those positions, even with the fairly significant earnings later this week. Leverage in the carry trade's been a bit interesting. The short end levering up into the end of the day, or into the middle of the day, and then kind of falling off into the end of the day. Forward yield on volatility stayed positive into close, which means overnight demand for volatility going into tomorrow is probably going to stay elevated as cash VIX remains above the VX contract in front. Not too much of a significant move in bond vol here. We're probably not going to see a very significant move today either, but it is kind of starting to pick up a little bit. And as correlation on the 3-month rises, we should start to see a bit more bond volatility. Skew snapback at the end of the day, Friday, up slightly. Definitely nowhere near its all-time highs, but possibly just the expiration doing that. And we'll have to see where that ends up tonight to see if people are still positioning more heavily to the downside to hedge off potential risk. 68.98% of the S&P below its 20-day moving average end of day Friday. That's probably going to move down a little bit today. I don't know how significantly. Russell and Dow both had significantly deeper losses this morning than they ended up with at the end of the day. But definitely a little bit of a pullback in breadth. I think RSP was down, ended up closing the day down like 55 points. It's chopping around a bit in after hours. Kind of just getting a back and forth here with correlation between VIX and VX and cash VIX. Today ended up with correlation picking up a little bit to the upside from Friday, but not too much. And correlation is still staying relatively high, and we are getting a very responsive volatility. So there is some attempt to keep volatility like slightly suppressed over the like 30-day window, but not a very concentrated effort to do so, which is maybe a little more bearish, or at least shows a lack of confidence in upside moves. Fed fund futures dropping off pretty hard today. Might be starting to price out the remaining rate cut for 2025. As the June contract starts to move down to about 1.12 basis points of cuts. So basically not pricing in any Fed cuts into June right now. the bear steepener pulled back pretty hard today. The front end of the curve moved up, and this could be a sign of risk, especially after the Japanese rate hike last week, or the week before last. Having yields move up at the front end could mean that they're piling in even harder to the shorting the short paper to stabilize the top end of the curve, because we see an inverse reaction in the 3 and 6 month carry leverage, and so that may be an effect of them, kind of shorting that short paper to maintain their leverage on the long end. If that is true, then risk in that trade is increasing pretty quickly. That's not too interesting. On the technical side, we bounced back up and actually cleared almost all of the gap, but ended up closing below the 30 EMA. So this is technically a rejection, like a failed breakout, and below the local downtrend. So an open tomorrow below the 50 MA could be pretty bearish. Support at 59.47. And then the next downside support of any significance is probably around 58.78. Although that one's kind of a small support. And then below that, 58.32, which is actually fairly important out on the weekly and monthly. To the upside, we want to break above that long-term trend there. Ideally above 60.30, I think, to confirm a reversal from down here. But this doesn't look great. We didn't fill the gap. We closed below resistance. Yeah, that might not be so good going into tomorrow, at least from a technical perspective. Anyway, thank you all so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. I hope everybody has a great night. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.